Welcome to my YouTube live stream to save your life. I'm having heat splashes and heat sweats. You can see that I'm trying to get cool here because I went on a 65-day hunger strike to save your life because you are sacred and worth it. If you have other people that are starting to become concerned about how bad the Megacrisis is going to be that imminently threatens all of our lives, then you can join us. We give people hope. And if you're on the other stream, thanks to Quinn, Michael, and there's another guy on there, but he was being inflammatory. Then you can send them here. We give them hope. We're starting God's government as a way to regulate everything. Jeez. Okay. I put the link in the chat. One thing that unsettles me, it makes me think that you might be right a little bit, is that there does seem to be something a little bit off. I think Brian is only really interested in the money. I think he is desperate. I think he wants $10,000. I don't think he'll go for the entity removal unless your husband wants to do it for an exchange. I don't know. You could try and say you could give these services for free. I don't know if you charge $10,000 for each one, but you could say we could trade him for this service you provide. If he waives the 10,000 for you and counts you as one of the 10, I need 10 people to unlock this opportunity to start God's government. And if we say that you're one of the 166 doctors, I think he respects that. But I do think that he is experiencing some kind of desperation. But yeah, what does it cost to do this? And yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way to get around the 10,000, but he's very staunch on it because he wanted everybody to pay 5,000 or 50,000 and then 10,000 on top of it. So I managed to get out of the 50,000 and into the 10,000 by just focusing on the show and the content as God's government, not the investing. So that's what the 10,000 is. It's the access to the community about the show, not the real estate necessarily. Even though afterwards he can still connect you, but to sort of protect my community a little bit, I cut off 50 grand, and 10 grand is still quite high because initially it was only supposed to be one person and me, but now he's for some reason increased it to 10 people, and I feel a little bit like that's high and that I'm being used a little bit. But I also see a really, really big opportunity here when we address whatever is making him desperate, whenever we get down to the root, that he'll return to the good old Brian we know. So what do you think? What do you think is possible here? And do you think Bruce would want to be a part of this, or anybody else? Let me know. I'm very, very interested actually in this. It feels like it's hard to breathe here. What is going on? Can't believe it's already 10 o'clock. How is that possible? what's going to happen here is on the 15th, me and one or two or three or four or five or six or 10 of us who want to change the whole world and think we have a good platform to do so, or ideas, and that our thinking is the clearest and should be followed, are going to have a mock simulation of combining two usually fragmented sides. The conservative side, which is the Messiah authority, and the leftist side, which is the democratic election. Do you see what I'm doing? I'm sublating opposites in the right way. You can say, well, how can you possibly have a Messiah and a democratic election at the same time? It's in the criterion. When you change the criterion to wisdom and not just power, that's the secret sauce that brings them together in the best of both their worlds. Right? Because then the authority is that of the benevolent dictator, which has always been the force that has taken disparate ethnic factions around the country and brought them into a whole universal and got them to start learning the deeper inner wisdom that sees past the particularity of separation and bridges to the universal of culture and language and what we call the universal logic of wisdom itself. Okay. Now, the world is that ethnic faction. Every nation, all 193, 206, or whatever it is now, are actually fragmented ethnic factions, if you think about it, with little pockets of usually oppressed minorities within them. So what we're going to do is we're going to claim authority that whoever shines the most and is the most wise and meets the supreme criterion has authority that all the other messiahs vouch for. And they go around with this benevolent dictatorship authority and say there's a new way and makes the divine decrees of God's government, but they're elected. So it means it's ratified and legitimate, that they passed the criterion legitimately. That's not just a popularity test. So what we're going to do is we're going to see how that criterion plays out on the 15th, and then we're going to do it again 2 weeks later, and then again, and we're going to keep updating the software so the voting works too. That's what we're doing right now. I'm building the voting into the software so you can vote on your candidate when they're on the screen, and also make your own comments with the timers. So we're just going to test it out and see if it works, if we sublate the benevolent dictatorship of the Messiah with the participatory democracy on a new kind of criterion. So the interview questions will be like unlike any questions that have ever been asked candidates before. So I'm going to put all that together and we're going to see how it goes. But you got to fill out that form so that I know where to position things. But you can try and do it in person too. Like any little bit, it helps. I got my friend Sahan here who's going to be helping maybe moderate it. So we'll see how it goes. The first ones are usually So we'll see how it goes, because the first ones are usually getting the nuts and bolts down, because no one's ever done this before, right? It never goes well perfectly on the first try. So that's why we're going to do 4 versions of this before we have the real last Summit of Humanity, sometime around the end or middle of August. So that's what I'm inviting you to, and it's pretty exciting because it makes total sense, and nobody else is doing it. And if you can get the School of London School of Economics on this, or publish a paper on it with me, this could be the paper that goes viral around the world. It gets your voice heard, my voice heard, and gets the world's best on with the true God's government that takes left and right and brings them into spirit politics that transcends them. Because we have a government of wisdom. It's conservative when it's best to be conservative, it's liberal when it's best to be liberal. And it can be anywhere in between and beyond. Because it's based on principled wisdom, nuance, and universal context. And everybody will agree with it. Nobody will be just conservative, just liberal to be wise. They do all of it when it's necessary and appropriate and results in the most good. You see what I mean? So that's why any dialectic, any dualism will become a freedom that is restricted by a necessity that is true. Okay, let me know if that sounds good to you. And hopefully within the next, well, I guess month and a half, we will have the largest global election humankind's ever seen and launch God's governments, or the wise governments, and its digital platform of hyper facilitation and flow state and task management and elections and education, all at once. The global critical mass, just in time to change, align AI, solve climate change, solve CRISPR stratification, global cultural decline, World War III, and mental health. All right, my friend, peace. because then I can kind of put in that it's only working for my browser, which means it's not being implemented on the server. So go ahead and re-log into everything, like sign out and then re-log into everything somehow. Okay, great. Okay. Great, you're logging in too. Great. So I'm in the universal, and you're in the particular. Why did yours automatically go to the particular, or did it go to the universal?
It automatically go to the
What? Okay, that's messed up. Okay. One. Why does my user fair world spirit at gmail.com go straight to the, oh, I think I know why. Universal tab at fair world spirit top of vertical menu, vertical government menu, but Sahan416 at gmail.com defaults to opening up on the particular. Everyone in simple mode should start at the simple universal of their world spirit level. Okay, that's gonna fix that. And let's see here. Okay. My friend wants to be a part of this meeting, that the election. So Brent, I have my friend Sahan here, and I think we should all just meet up on the 15th. It's 7 Mountain Daylight Time, which I think you're in Eastern Time, right? So, or are you in the same time zone as me? I think you're in the same time zone as me. I got everybody all jumbled in my head now. So many people. I think Sahan and I will meet at 7 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time, which is 5 o'clock p.m. his time. Actually, is that gonna work for you, Sahan, or are you gonna be with the wife and kid?
5 p.m.
Yeah, like if we do 7 o'clock in the morning my time, the 15th.
That would be 5 p.m. my time.
Yeah, 5 p.m. your time on the Wednesday.
Yeah, that's what.
That worked. Okay, so we're gonna do 7 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time on the Wednesday for me in Canada and Alberta, which is 5 o'clock Kenyan time for Sahan, and then you, where the heck are you? I can't keep. There's just too many people. Where are you gonna be? What time would that be for you? And I might have 2 or 3 other like sort of like Messiah type people who are thinking they have the answer to the world, right? And we're gonna have a friendly little competition, but we need a couple of moderators. So Sahan and you could basically moderate if you want, and then we can try and do the criteria. So the platform we're going to use is the one we're making, Spirit platform. It's a God's government's digital portal, basically. And we already got it working with a login and all this kind of stuff. So it's actually working pretty good. We use Jitsi as the meeting technology, or if it's the universal meeting, we have to get like tens of thousands of people in there. We use YouTube, like a live stream YouTube. And then we just route it through an iframe to our universals. And then when you split into smaller meetings to debate policy, then that's where we use Jitsi. And our software automatically switches you between meetings and does all the timing. And it's actually really cool. And it makes you be on time and to respect time and to vote with time and to donate time. So we have all these, there's roughly 252 features of justice in these meetings, because if your meetings suck, your movement sucks, and your government sucks, and your economy sucks, and your sociology sucks, and everything freaking sucks. And so we're solving that, and it's working like miraculously. So when you show up, you're gonna make an account. Like usually we open up a Google Meet, and then if you have any problems logging in, then you just stay on the Google Meet. We try and help you. And then once you get your account in there, it's gonna take a little bit of time to learn the system, but there's a simple mode and an advanced mode. So if your account's new, we default to the simple mode. And it's still a little bit overwhelming because there's still quite a bit of features there, but it's not all of them. If you see all of them, it's actually like quite advanced. And then once you get comfortable with the simple, then you click advanced, and then you see the full breadth of this thing. And it ties into one of my task management system ideas, like global task management without using checklists. Because if you have like 5 million people working on on like one massive tree, like a sustainable development goal, and we have like 55 million checklist items between them, nobody can read that. Like it's hard to navigate that. So we actually have these task galaxies that give a very intuitive way to see millions of little dots and colors and rings and positionings that in a snapshot gives you what would take you probably 5 years to read in a checklist. So anyway, that's going to be a part of these meetings too, all in one central spot. And you can surf the web, you can go to Wikipedia, all without leaving the tab, without leaving the webpage. So that's what we're getting to work now. And no platform in the world works like this. And AI is like I said, done like $2 to $4 million of coding in like the last month. So, and it's because there's just so many ideas to put together. I don't have to sit there and think up something to do. I just like know what to do, and I just like been pumping these AIs non-stop. They've been coding non-stop. So Sahan and I think Sahan's managing this list of like people to come to the meetings and do the blessings, because I do not want to go 66 days again, or 65 days without food. It was intense, man. And like we found out that there's like no one in history that has ever done that with plain water. Anybody who's gone beyond 60 days was either dying, they just died, didn't make it, or they were supplementing with salt water or teas or white crackers or whatever, which is not a real fast, right? It's not a real hunger strike of pure water. But anyway, when I found that out, I was like, holy crap. I thought I was going to make it to day 90. And then I started puking. I'm like, okay, something's going wrong here. No, I was actually literally reaching the limits of the human body for an ectomorph. Okay, but yes, the God's government election. We have to prepare for the actual election by I'm feeling intuitively like mid-August, because Cloud Mythos will have given one more version of itself. So we're going to be practicing for like 3 more rounds, like once a week roughly. And then I think we'll work out the format and the criterion. And it might just be like, the presidential debates of like the United States or whatever. Or we can do something a little bit different. We'll see how it works out. But we have to get that practiced. And then yeah, we have the platform. Then we'll have the election. We'll have all these blessers. And then we just do the block strategy. And each one of us gets 6 people, and that's it. You do not get 6. You're only responsible for 6 full-time people, but you can technically have up to 28 as acquaintances and like semi long-term acquaintances. But those are acquaintances. You don't have to keep up with them every day. But your 6 to 9 core flock members, those are the ones that you train, and they bring on 6. So that's basically what I think we're gonna do. Okay, so let me know if that works for you. And oh, I don't feel I'm equipped to take on. Well, you might be dead, man. Like, who's gonna read your books if we're all dead? Like, think about it. Think about it, Brent. Like, use your common sense. An artificial intelligence that's 10 times more powerful than the next smartest AI, as of 2 to 3 weeks ago, made a version of itself so powerful we as humans are not smart enough to make tests for it anymore. We are not smart enough, Brent, to test the AIs that are taking over right now. That means the AIs are smarter than us for the first time. They're smarter than our smartest person. Do you think anybody's really going to read your books? Do you think anybody's going to have time to do any reading at all? When they're panicking about huge inflation and being left behind because they have no jobs? How are they going to get their kids through school? I have one guy who doesn't have, he's trapped. Like, use your common sense, man. Like, in 2 more versions, like, Claude is launching a version of itself every month. So by the time you publish your book, what is that going to be, 5 months from now? Even if it's 2 months from now, there's 2 more versions of AI that's smarter than all humans right now. If your book is not directly addressing on how to stop that, then you got to join somebody who's addressing it right now while it matters. And that's us. We need to get universal logic. It's not a book. It's not a pamphlet. It's not to get attention. It's to hyper target Anthropic, Dario Amode and his sister Daniela. Give them this proposal, which is teaching AI how to align with universal logic at 4 different levels. Not theory, actually works. Get them to get their red line team of 23 people to work on 4 separate layers simultaneously. And then we teach them and we coach them on how to do it at each level. And then they find out how to work out all the rest of the bugs. That's it. That's what will save us, so that people will have time to read your books. But for some reason, I don't know. I just feel like it's not going to sink. Like, for me, it's obvious common sense, right? It's just obvious common sense that if Claude Mythos can hack the internet 10,000 times over, 10,000 zero-day vulnerabilities, I mean, that it could drain your bank accounts, shut down your computer, blow up everything. It's just like it could destroy and collapse civilization as we know it, like right now. Never mind access bioweapons with CRISPR, which is also what it's showing it's doing in the lab result test for Anthropic. Like, doesn't it just make sense to say, we can put your books on the back burner until we align Claude Mythos with this proposal? And that seems like the right thing to do. You know what I mean? But I don't think that people are convinced that they're about to die. I think they're stuck in bystander effect in that, oh, bad things don't happen to me. You know what I mean? Like, it's that weird optimistic toxic positivity optimistic bias. So it's like we can't get people out of that until they experience tremendous amounts of suffering. And then they actually change their mind. Like, okay, I was wrong. What do I do? And you'll stop working on your book and you'll start working on the thing that's actually going to save your life now. Like a sane person would think. Like, it's insane to me that people are like, we have a solution that this thing that's literally smarter than us now won't kill us next month. If your book even gets published, is there going to be anybody alive to even read it? And it doesn't even address the problems fast enough, even if people read it. Or is it just introducing a lukewarm concept that might say, in 5 years from now, we'll have an AI solution? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. For me, it's commonsensical to be like, yeah, we should probably address the thing now. So those are my thoughts, but you can do whatever you want, obviously. If you don't feel qualified to do this election. I thought you were a political science major. I just thought it'd put up your alley, but we'll continue on without you. Until you become sane, I guess. But yeah, I really appreciate your support though over the last few years, I guess now, because it is so bizarre what we have to do to change the world. It's hard for people to process. Like, they're gonna go psychotic and they're gonna despair before they actually think rationally, and that's a sad fact. But all right, if we don't see you on Wednesday, we don't see it, but it's open to you. Okay, peace. Okay, so that's me being rough on people a little bit and be like, oh, this is insane. It's literally insane behavior. Sorry I left you waiting there, but I kind of wanted you to hear that. Okay. All right. So we have a date now for the Messiah election stuff, and I'm gonna fix I'm gonna fix the tabbing on your page when I create an oh, actually here, let's get signed in again. Sorry, someone. Let's get signed in again. Oh, you're right. I went to particular too. What the heck? Okay, so it's actually it's actually a site-wide bug now. All right. Let's both get signed in, and I'm going to create an event on the Universal tab. And when I create that event, we're just going to check to see if both yours and my timers register it. Okay. So if you want to log in and show your screen, on, and I'll show mine. Okay. Let's. Oh yeah, it does. It signed me right into the particular. Okay. Okay. Um. So let's go to the Universal, both of us. Oh, you're still logging in. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to move over to the Universal right now.
Now mine is going to the universal.
What the heck? Okay, hold on. Okay. So we're both in Universal then, right? I'm going to try and fix that other bug. So we're both in Universal. Now I'm going to go into the Create menu. And I'm going to click on these Create buttons here. And I'm going to go to 10, so it's 1049. We'll go to 1051. 1051 ends at 1053, so 2-minute meetings. Okay, we're going to turn on all the syllogisms. And so I'm creating the event now, Sahan. So watch the timers and see if it opens up on your screen. Okay. Mine detected you, but yours did not detect anything. Oh, no, it did detect me. So click on the event there. Click on that little blue glowing orb. Yeah. And scroll down. Okay, it does. It detects yours and mine. So what does it zoom in? Oh no, never mind. Hold on. I got it. Okay, so whose timer is on top? Is it yours or mine? Oh, so Sahan is on top. Okay. And then for mine, I'm on top. Okay. Okay. That worked out actually. Okay, so the meeting should be starting in 1 minute. So let's see. Let's see if both of our timers start at exactly the same time. Okay. It worked! That's incredible, Sahan. Our browsers are perfectly synced. And is it doing the cycles too? Is it doing the cycles at the same time? Yeah, it is. Perfect! We should videotape this. This is the coolest thing ever. I don't think anybody's ever done this in human history. Now, the thing is, for some reason, it didn't automatically open up the events when I created it on your laptop, on your browser. Um, do we want it so that if somebody's hanging out on the fair world spirit level, um, that yeah, that they automatically join the meeting? Yeah, actually. Um, okay. I gotta make like an executive decision here. Okay. When I create an event on the universal, when I create an event on the universal, spirit level, then anyone on that level, when the event is finished submitting, and if that event is next in the nodal line, then it automatically opens the event and unfurls the timers for everyone. So they can say they are in the meeting and can mark themselves as spectators if they don't want a slice of sacred time and just want to observe. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to set the AI to try and implement this. And this will probably take a couple of minutes. So Sahan, let's well, that's getting coded. What else should we talk about here? Or you might be on mute. I can't hear you.
No. Usually the blessings start from 3 other than 8.
Well, did anybody do their checklists like on the last meeting? Actually, we should probably have a way to see that. Oh. Hold on a second. Yeah, actually, I'm just realizing. Oh, did your screen not go over to the? Why is? So are you still on the Universal tab, Sahan?
Yeah, it did not transition.
No, scroll up. You are, I think, in the particular, or did you click on it? Go to individual now. Scroll down. Yeah, scroll down. Yeah, scroll all the way down. Yeah, okay. All right, so your meeting is finished already. What the heck is going on? Okay. Okay, there's like a triple fix that has to be done. You should have 36 minutes left, or 36 seconds left in the individual meeting. Um, man, there's a lot to do here, but it's actually coming together. Like, this is incredible. Okay. So technically what it should do is the system has a flow matching engine. So it should have detected that you and I were the only ones in the room and matched you and me. Uh, so we should have ended up in the same meetings, but we're not. Okay, that's okay. We'll see if it fixes it. All right. In terms of the next thing on the list, so let's see here. I typed in earlier today what would happen if you approached the United States Embassy, the United Nations Nairobi headquarters office, and it actually gave really good advice. Let me see here. Oh, I shared it with you, I think, didn't I? Yeah, I did, but I'm gonna close it. Okay. I can't remember if I did it on my phone or if I did it on my laptop. Let me see. But basically, I typed in what would happen if somebody, um, like what would happen if somebody, I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say. What would happen if somebody, I can't remember what I was saying. Completely blanked what I was saying just now. Okay, let's do this instead. I think I deleted it by accident. Shoot. Yeah, I think I did. Okay, well, if you type into your computer, Sahan, uh, okay. Oh boy. Yeah, type into your Google AI. What would happen if a Kenyan man went to the United Nations in Nairobi with the idea of starting God's government? What would happen to him? And it gave me a pretty good rundown, but that was earlier this morning, and I meant to send it to you, but I can't find it. Shoot. Okay. Did you type it in, Sahan?
Yeah, I'm typing it.
Okay. Oh. Mm, where did it? Yeah, it's not letting me find it. Um, yeah. What is it? Oh, here we go. Okay, I also found a good article that vindicates projects. So the CBC is one of the most credible news stations here, but it's run by the government, so people kind of don't trust it. Um, oh, jeez. Oh, all right. What does it say on your end? Okay, got it there. Okay. What does it say?
If a Kenyan citizen goes to the United States, what likely the United Nations or Nairobi to declare or preach about good government reaction depend entirely on how the effect was now. The security checkpoint gate the individual will not get past the next entrance. You end or end highly secure and diplomatic entry. To enter, anyone must have a valid stamp, but an official visitor pass or invitation to assist the event. If a person shows up to the gate without appointment and says they are there to deliver a message about God's government, the private security guards and the UN security officers will decide. If it is a peaceful declaration, if the person remains outside the gate or up and up, it's without nothing without the gate. UN security will ask them to leave the system because the experience of the couple in the Kenyan state, sorry, the end security will typically notify the Kenyan police station around the Kigiri area to handle the situation if the process is in most of cases, if they are causing the stop, it is not for family to go home. If it's also disturbance, but I don't think this is the right time.
What do you mean?
In terms of the response that is giving me.
Okay, so what do you think would be the right direction? So going to the gate, I agree. When I read over earlier today, it really just sounds like it's really gated, and you need a passport, and you need a reference number to an event or some kind of like pass that proves that you're supposed to be there. So the new goal then is to either book a tour, so we can go in there and see all the buildings and whatever, and maybe even ask the tour guide about what would you they do if they were trying to start they had a new government model and they wanted the UN to follow it. What would they do as a personal, guard or personal tour guide? That's one, because I think it's really cheap to go on a tour. I think it's like $1, right?
Actually, it might be 4 or 5.
Holy crap! Canadian dollars or American dollars?
It's usually 500 cities, approximately Canadian dollars, 4 or 5,
Okay,
almost 6, 500 cities.
okay. That's not too bad. We can get in there, do a tour, and ask the tour guide. Like that's how it always gets done. Is you have to keep pushing the sort of limit a little bit. Uh,
Yeah, you see. So we have the East African citizens, it's 500, yeah, 500 cities. For the university students, 400, and school children is 300.
okay. That makes sense. I think we can pull this off with a tour guide. So I don't know how to book that. Like, how do you, if you have to book it remotely, or if you book it at arrival? We should probably book one of those, and I should probably send over a little bit to handle it. And all that your goal is just ask the tour guide and any other experts that are there. And like what I'll do, so is I might even break away from the tour group a little bit. Like if I've already picked the brain of the tour guide and anybody else who might be there that might know something, what I'll do is I'll break away from the tour, and I'll go and find an officer or another guard or the front end staff or somebody. I'll find somebody who has a pass, somebody who looks like they already have, they know what they're doing. I'll find that person and then I'll ask them, hey, how did you get that? Or I'll say, hey, how do you get the invitation? Or what country are they from? How do they do it? I just learn as much as I possibly can from other human beings. It's actually fastest that way. So if you go over there, you're gonna have to be like a James Bond, like a 007 or something. I don't know what the version of the 007 is in Kenya. Do you?
Movie.
Huh?
You don't know?
I don't know why.
Why what Kenya?
Why? What do you mean? Like why Kenya?
You have asked something that you say you don't know what about Kenya.
Um. Yeah. What I asked was, what the heck did I ask? I asked you. Uh, if you were to turn off the house lights, could you work with the screen on full blast? Or do you have a light that could illuminate? I'm like entering dream state. Okay, well, I can't remember what I was gonna say. I'm like a little bit too tired. Um, all right, moving ahead then. Uh, well, is another symbol. Um, like I'm having a hard time putting my thoughts together. I'm so tired all of a sudden. But like, if you do go on a tour there, you're just talking to everybody you possibly can. That's basically all you're trying to do is prime the space with maximum information so that you can succeed. That's pretty much your goal. And then when you come home, you'll just enact whatever they say. They like go to this portal, talk to this person, do this, do that, do this, do that. That's kind of what we're looking to create, sort of out of this. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, it'd be good to get that done today, since our timelines are so short. So basically, I don't know if you can book book yeah, like look up right now. How do you book a tour? Actually, have you been there already for a tour?
No.
Really, you've been there all this time. You've never once wanted to go and have a tour.
I never found the motive to.
You never wanted to go to the United Nations?
No, specifically under what motive?
Uh, just
Or just visiting?
no, it's more to experience the universal logic. And how it can change the way you see things, and it can radically change outcomes. But anyway, um, oh wow, my head is just killing me here. Uh, what I think we gotta do here. Hold on. I got like all three AIs going pumping right now. I think you gotta maybe just book the ride first, or see if there's any like way to do that today, like right now even, and then I'll transfer you over the funds for just the trip. And in the extreme weather, you should have your sleep in. Well, I guess you could technically. You should have your. What am I saying? Holy cow! I'm just crashing like so hard all of a sudden. Um. uh, uh, I just can't get a shake from my head to sleep when you might be eating. Um. Okay. Okay. I'm like having a hard time here. It's crazy.
Speaking of this, with the United Nations, you know, where one nation security, you cannot walk in one book officially guided tour. So the exact process for the deployment for citizen are dictated before outcome. So you must book a slot at least 2 business days in advance. Online booking official booking link directly, and then via the email a booking request on un.tour at un.org. You must provide a full list of names for everyone coming with you to the and forward it to the security via phone call. Oh, okay. Via phone call. So important security, once your booking is successfully, you will receive a confirmation email containing an official QR code. If you don't receive a QR code, your booking is invalid and the security will not whatever.
Okay. What was that last part? They strip you of what was that?
The security will not allow you if you are not sent the QR code, official QR code.
Okay, and you get the official QR code from where?
Yeah, you receive the QR code once your booking is approved. You receive a QR code on your email.
Okay, so let's book it right now then. Let's book you for a little tour. I don't know how long these little tours are. Let's go to the website for the booking. Find a portal, and then if yeah, I see it, yeah.
So, book a tour wherever.
Yeah, and that might be all good, right? Like they'll show you around the buildings and all that, but the reality is we're not really there for all that. We're there to ask questions about how do we start God's government, and you're gonna ask every single person. And if you ask the first person, like I don't know if you should ask the tour guide. You should ask like, I don't know, ask somebody less immediately that can kick you out. But just say that you're interested in starting like a wise government. But if you think it's they're religiously open, you can say, yeah, we're starting God's government. Who would I talk to about, like, you could say if you were me and you were trying to start God's government or some kind of world government, or try and get the United Nations to become a government, who would you talk to? And then if you said it to the security guard or said it to her, like, or whoever's your tour guide, then you could just write down what their answer is, and then it would give us a little bit of ammo on how to interact with the United Nations. And if we can't penetrate it, we can't penetrate it, but we have to try. Okay, do you want to try that?
the booking time. So you have different of them. You have 1 hour for $10, age 5+, most popular 5 tickets. So 2.25, and then you have you earn overview group reservation, and then the structure of the United Nations virtual briefing. Oh, 11 to 60 persons per private group. Okay, yeah. And then give them an experience that they will remember or buy at some point. Yeah, so, I think this is the most popular. What about this? You see this?
Yeah, the structure of the United Nations virtual briefing.
Oh, next month.
Next month, oh. Okay, but there's one today that you can go on?
Yes?
Yeah?
Date?
Today.
Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Today is 13. Yeah.
No, that's the 12th.
Yeah. Oh, for you, so yeah, it's 13. So you selected Monday, July 13th. At what time? So we have going to book 26, 26. At 10:30, now it's 8. Let's say at 12 o'clock.
You think so? It's always, I'll tell you a little trick. Whenever you have to work with other human beings, it's always better to go earlier in the morning because studies show that by lunchtime or mid-afternoon, or like by 2 o'clock, um, studies show that like judges and people and tour guides and all this, they get tired and you get crappier service and they're less willing to answer your questions and they're just looking forward to going home. But in the morning, their bodies are prepared and they're saying, I'm ready to do anything. And you get better answers, you get better, people will go up and above you. So because we're trying to aim for like a miracle, we're going to stockpile our chances of success. We're going to say, if we can go early in the morning, that would be better. And if you can ask the guards, ask the tour guide, ask them all these questions, like God's government and all that. I think that would be the best strategy. And yeah, actually, I think that'd be the best strategy. So let's try that. So I wouldn't wait till noon if you don't have to. Like even 10 o'clock is better than nothing. But I would try to go at like 8 or 9, catch the first shift.
So
But
we have the one for 9, but 9 is 40 minutes from now.
14?
40.
40.
Yeah.
So how long? So you said it takes how long to get to there? How long would it take for you to get from where you are to there?
Actually, if we drive on, it depends because it takes almost less than 30 minutes to be in town, and then from town now to there is also less than 30 minutes. So approximately 1 hour.
It's gonna take you 1 hour to travel there
Yeah, if I use one.
if you use the bus. Okay.
So for the bus you have to board the bus and then you wait for it to be full and then the town.
Okay, wait.
So that's how. Yeah, like
Get
you can be
What?
a few people in the bus and they wait for it to be full, like full of people.
Wow, they wait? That does not happen in Canada. It's like it's on a schedule. If you miss the bus, you miss the bus. Okay. All right. Well, if you took a motorbike,
Just took it. Motorbike.
yeah, or you took like what's the next cheapest thing to go fast?
Let me see.
Like if you got a taxi to drive you, is that cheaper than renting a motorbike?
That is very expensive.
Okay. You'd think that people would love driving a motorbike.
What is the fastest way to reach the beach? We have an online border around 350 Kenya shillings to 500. 3.55 Canadian dollar. Then it will take you 38 minutes of direct driving.
Oh, on the motorbike.
Yeah, on a motorbike, it costs almost 3.5 to. I can look at it in the Uber reach time. And then the cheapest way is to about 98 minutes. So 1 hour and 38 minutes. This accounts for walking to the stage, waiting for the vehicle to fill up, switching the buses at a Mutaiga connection point, and then it will cost you 100 to 150. That's $1 or 1.5. That's the cheapest, but it takes 1 hour, 38 minutes approximately.
Holy crap, eh? So how much is that? How much is the cheapest? $1.38 to get all the way there, and $1.38 to get all the way back.
No, just that is just going.
Yeah, so one way it's $1.38 to go from here to there, right?
Yeah.
And it's gonna cost another $1.38 to come from there to here.
But you see, the most important is to reach there. So if we spend on reaching there on time, then coming back it can take. I can use bus coming back, which is 100 shillings, 100, which is $1. So it will be approximately $6 or $7.
Okay, so it's gonna be $3.50 for the motorbike to get there, and then $1 back. So it's gonna be about $4. So in total, this whole thing's gonna cost about $15, right? $10 for the tour, and then like $3.50 to travel there on a motorbike, and then $1 to come back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that can all get done in the next 40 minutes. We can be there by 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we can be there by. We still have 35 minutes.
And how long does it take to travel by motorbike?
38 minutes.
Oh, so it'll be three minutes late.
So it's even more a bit safe to book it that for 10:30.
Yeah, probably. Sure, book for 10:30 and get yourself ready. Well, I guess if you're gonna go for 10:30, you have time to take the bus, right? Both ways.
Yeah.
Okay. So aim for 10:30, take the bus, and then you should get there on time, right? If it's yeah, you have just enough time, won't you? It'll be just about yeah. So get out there, go, and then see if you like. I'm really kind of extreme at this, but I can almost always find something to learn or something unusual, or you get somebody's contact, like always try and get somebody's contact information. Like if you can get the tour guide's contact information or a guard's contact or a tourist, like somebody who looks important, like just anybody you think that could help get God's government to the right place, just say, hey, can I have, if it's really sketchy, you just say, hey, do you want to take my contact just in case? And then this way, if you ask them for their contact, it's kind of sketchy because they'll feel put on the spot and they'll be like, oh, this is a stranger asking me for my information. They'll feel guilted into giving it to you, and they'll often give you the wrong one. But if you're like, hey, you know what? If you like this idea that we're doing, we just had a crazy guy go 65 days with no food on a hunger strike, and he survived. And he's going to go on another one in a month from now because he really is worried about things. If you tell people inspirational stories like that, kind of, and you say, here's my information. If you can help us out, that'd be great. That'd be eternally great. Like, that's how you make powerful connections. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen. It could just be a boring tour where you're learning about the UN, which is still valuable. Then you can come back home and you can just do all the email stuff that I sent you. I already sent you all the lists, right? Right, Tom? Yeah. So then if you take the bus for 10:30, I guess you got to get on it right away. Then it's going to cost, so it's going to cost $1 there and $1 back.
Yeah, that's most probably, yeah, because in the morning prices are little bit higher compared to later, but it cannot be higher than 1.5.
Wow, that's really shady that they adjust the prices like that. Okay. All right, then I'll transfer you. I don't know. Should I wait till I can transfer you the funds now, or you can just take out of the 50, see how much it actually costs, and then I can just try and top you up. Okay? Does that sound okay? Yeah. Because if it is $1.50, then okay, I'll pay the $1.50. If it's $1, I'll pay the $1. And like I'm just trying to stretch the funds as much as possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, it's worth doing at least one tour guide there because you'll learn about the whole place. And you can ask a whole bunch of questions to the tour guide. And, if you start overwhelming her, then we can just do it through email. But okay, so I guess you better get your butt in gear, eh?
Yeah.
All right, I'm excited. So when you come back, I'll probably be asleep. We could meet again at 7:00. Hold on, let me think this through. So in 6 hours, it's going to be in 7.5 hours. It's going to be 5:00 your time, right? It'll be 7:00 my time. Let's do that again. Let's meet again at 7:00 my time, 5 p.m. yours, because you'll go there. It'll be 10:30. You'll do the tour until noon, and then you'll take the bus back for another hour and a half. So it'll be 1:30, and then you can write down some notes. Like try and take a notepad or something with you to take as many notes as you can, and write down any email addresses, anything, and then. And try and plant the seed as much as you can. Just be like, hey, we're trying to start God's government, or hey, we're trying to start the wise government. And somebody in the touring group with you might get curious and want to be like, hey, what are you talking about? Can I know more about that? And maybe somebody else in the tour, in the group will be like, wow, I really want to be a part of that. And they might give you your contact right there. So try and be as open as you can, but not weird, like, you know what I mean? And I don't know how many people go on these tours. Like, do you know how many people usually go?
No. I've never done this before.
Okay, well, you're welcome. First time for everything. But okay, well, get going, and then that's the plan. Is we'll touch base again sometime when I wake up for tonight, and latest will be at the 7 o'clock meeting if that works for you. If not, if the wife wants to see you, then we can always do it again tomorrow and sort of meet at this time that we just met at tonight. Okay, joke.
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to sort of get there early because I want you to like ask around to make sure you got all your stuff in order. Okay. Good luck, my friends. And then when you get back, I'll just send you whatever the whole trip costs. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Awesome. Good luck.
Okay, let me get on the road.
Okay. Good luck. Be safe.
Thank you.
Okay. Talk to you soon, man. Peace, peace. I'm dying over here. I feel like I'm holding on by a thread. Like I'm so tired. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna half an hour to send this thing. I'll send it. Okay. Ugh. Ugh. They're increasing Quad 5 again to the 9. Really? Can I use Quad 5 again? I can. I can. Wow. Good. No, it's not. It maxed me out. What the heck? Resets in 1 day. Okay, well, I guess I can be using it tomorrow, and then to the 19th means that 14th to the 9th, so we'll have 5 full days to do it. Great. Okay, let's get this out then. Let's go. Done. Drafts. Exchange. Justice and peace officer room. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Formal PCRP. 1:01 p.m. Okay. 18 recipients. Oh, okay. Of course, it's not going to let me highlight. Oh. We got 39, 20 minutes to send this. Okay. Yo, not good. Feeling nauseous. Hmm. Okay. I guess I have it. Okay, good to know. Hmm. Mm. Oh, nauseous. I'm not exactly sure why. Oh shit, I forgot to take. Hmm. Maybe I forgot to take my multivitamin today or something. We got to get fixed up here. Let's eat some noodles tonight. I wasn't gonna eat anything, but I'm not going to biscuits. Oh, it's because I took the iron pill today. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Okay. My eardrum just did something weird. I hear a ringing like tinnitus now. Or is it July 13th, 12:16 a.m.? No, it's July 13th, yeah, 12:16 a.m. I'm actually feeling extremely exhausted. And for some reason, my head just did that. Oh, I got this weird dizzy feeling. Okay, in you go. We're almost out of these things. I'm a bit nervous what happens if I run out. That's exactly what it is. That might be why I should not actually eat any heavy food right now. That's actually why I feel sick. I feel I have diarrhea. Just doing. Alright. Ugh. Hurting. Ugh. So tired. Oh my gosh. The prompt just finished. So let's finish it once and for all. I tried to get it done in the weekend here, but I want to do a recusal. Oh, God, my. Holy. Okay, not taking iron again. Ouch. It's starting to feel cooler though. Chicken. Oh, son of a gun, man. Mm. Mm. Oh man. Mm. Yeah, I found the exact same thing. Is that it's just a bunch of useless talk. So I pivoted too. I actually stopped working with people in the same way, and I just started building. And I'm glad I took that position because now we have 300 people that actually do things and kind of broke through. Now we're like scaling each time, and we're testing out a couple of new ideas, paying people not with money, but with like a matching service. And now we're doing the selection. So it'd be kind of great if you came. There's going to be maybe a couple of us proposing our systems, and it's a government, right? So the system is built to be actionable, or the debate or the talks and the presentations. The first one is just a mock, just to kind of break the ice and put the nuts and bolts in place because I don't think anybody's ever done anything like this before. But I'm getting sort of the people who are very confident in themselves and their systems to to go against each other because it's we need people who are can defend their systems quite well. Because if they're the one that's going to be elected, we got to beat all the rest. But I hear you 100%. People just and they're starting to despair too. So, but yeah, there's still hope. But we gotta launch a global government like fast, very very fast. So you can answer the questions like how you plan to do that, and and then hopefully in a month from now, month and a half, we'll have something very big growing. Oh man. Um, yeah, and I'm sure everybody's system will have little parts of everybody else's system because everybody hits upon the same thing, roughly in the end, um, with different flavors and styles. So we'll see how it turns out. But yeah, what are you doing on Wednesday at 7 a.m.? Let me know. Okay. Yeah, 7 a.m., which would be 9 o'clock, I think, your time, because you're on the East Coast, right? Right. Peace. This is not charging. So this did not charge all night. It didn't charge at all night. Why? Uh-oh. Okay. Cord is breaking. Everything's breaking. Everything's breaking. Oh man. Ah, it's broken. It's not charging. Kind of fraying it now. Why is this stuff such garbage? Seems to be kind of working. I'm actually really getting really quite hungry. My stomach doesn't feel so bloated. I think the iron is getting through. It's tender. My hand is aching. Hmm. It's not charging. That's super annoying. Did I break it? Is it not charging? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, now it is charging. It has to be charging with the, for some reason, the bigger charger. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, I'm hungry, but I'm gonna get this done first. Because it's freaking on. Ugh! Oh. Okay, caught that. The skin is starting to peel. Oh. Good morning, Richard. Good to hear from you. Yes, it was a little bit late. It was 1:45 a.m. and I'm usually in bed by that time unless uh, somebody calls me with an emergency or something. And it's really hard on me to recover from 65 days of no food. I find that I get tired pretty quickly, but I'm recovering, getting stronger. I'll be honest with you, Richard. Whenever a white man enters the African community, it's almost like a complete bomb blows up, and it's like everything stops working. And it's because people want the white guy to pay for everything, and they think that they can get it. But I've been in this situation, like I told you a couple of times before. So you need to learn the core first before I can get any money, right? And so far, I haven't seen any memorizing. I haven't seen any working in that direction, which signals to me that you're not very serious about doing something of a new church, that you're only interested in doing the old. So when Jesus came, did Jesus do the old? A little bit. He kept it in his heart and his mind, but he did something new, and he spent the majority of his time in the New Testament. And he even refuted some things in the Old Testament, not completely. He did it in a way that we call sublation. So we're going to have to come with a new spirit, and people are going to always say, Antichrist this, Antichrist that. You're doing something new. Well, guess what? The Messiah has arrived. And we have the authority in the higher spirit to show the true interpretation. Because as we know in the Bible, particularly the sections on Nebuchadnezzar, that regurgitating and memorizing the Bible by rote doesn't mean that you're saved. The Antichrist can quote the Bible perfectly, better than anybody, and manipulate anybody with it. So our ability to do the memorization of the not only Old Testament but New Testament is not enough to be the Messiah. It's not enough to create God's government, because a lot of people can't hold the two principles: love thy God with all thy heart, mind, soul, and spirit, and love thy neighbor as thyself, which also means loving thy enemy, which is even harder. They don't do that. And the reason why they're not doing that is because they're not actually interpreting the Bible correctly. They're not practicing it correctly. So we need to do something new that clarifies the old. And now the New Testament is actually the Older Testament too. And so we have to teach people how to decipher between what is parable and what is the essential word and pattern of God. And I need to see that, or else I can't get my friends to give you any money, because they're going to say, he just thinks you're a white guy and that you're stupid and that you're going to pay for everything, and that they're going to maintain complete control and just do the same old, and not actually change the world and not actually be God's government, but just another church that's making money and fundraising and making a living off of that and getting a credible reputation so you can leverage that in the community politically. So there's a lot of benefits to this. Even in pure-hearted initiatives, we've noticed that a lot of individuals are not doing it quite right. Okay, so I'm being radically honest with you, Richard, in the power of the word here, in a deeper spirit, to say there's a lot more wisdom than most people realize, and we need wise love, not blind love. Okay, so I'm paying attention to what's going on and to what's not going on, and it's speaking volumes to me. Because so even though we're not talking, what I'm hearing and seeing is saying a lot already. So I pray that you find this phone in quickly, and even taking your phone back from Musa Sisi is critical. He can go without a phone, but you can't. And I appreciate the generosity to a certain degree, but it also means you're making more funds than you're letting on somehow. Where's all that money going? Where are the books? What's happening? And I appreciate you starting to be honest with me, but my group of people will, if this works out, will over time try and visit and keep an eye on things. Very, very, very high transparency, very high accountability. Lots of questions, lots of details. It is going to feel pedantic. It's going to feel overbearing at first. The software we're making is going to need lots of internet, but this is the way of the truth. This is what we have to do if we're not going to be corrupted. And we have to get in touch with the Muslims and anybody that you don't like, because they need to know the power of the word too. Or else you're just going to create more fragmentation. And that is not spirit. That's actually technically evil. So if you don't have the power of the word strong enough to out-argue a Muslim who's educated in good faith, I can. And I need to speak with them to figure out why aren't they supporting the church properly the way you want, and teaching these Christian principles deeply. The Sufis in Islam also had the same insights. They were the closest. They knew that what Jesus was doing was right. And they have a term for it called baka. And so it's all the same universal logic. Okay? So Richard, get yourself a phone quickly. We're going to be hosting God's government election here hopefully next month. So we don't have a lot of time. And if you want to participate in that, and if you think you have the answer, and you think you have the vision, and you think you are the spirit, then you need to apply to be the leader of God's government. And your ideas and your vision for God's government around the world, in terms of orphans, the sick, the poor, the rich, the planet, AI, all of it, you can make a presentation. Okay? So, all right. Good to hear from you. I'll hear from you soon. Okay? Peace. Peace. Okay, Thomas, I shouldn't be leaving too many of these voice recordings, but okay, I'll eat my words on the cancer. That's pretty tragic. What kind of cancer was it? I think you told me this. Yeah, I thought it was dental somehow because they put you. I don't know. Anyway, um, that's tragic, and hopefully you're getting better. I know you're not in terms of what they did to you, but cancer hopefully is cut out. The thing about Brian and almost anybody is like we're proposing a really high order, right? He has proven track record, like a whole bunch of connections, and he sounds like he's a little bit desperate with some debt. It feels like he's in debt, but it also feels like I don't know. It feels like he's got something lined up. So imagine some crazy dudes come and say, "We want to start God's government, and we want to use your ultra wealth network that you've worked so hard to build, and we'd like to propose content to take over your show for a couple of episodes or even the whole series. And we want to have a phone call with just you, and we don't want to pay this investor fee of 50 grand. who just want to talk with you with the show. Wouldn't you, if you were in his position, you'd be like, who are these people, right? Like, who do these people think they are? He doesn't know us from a hole in the ground. But he's thinking, well, I'm trying to get the maximum out of everything. And so if this Mark guy really has these connections, he'll be able to find more. And he's right, it kind of can. And once we get to 10 people, it kind of proves that he's not wasting his time on us. Because he could be talking to a lot of other people, right? So we got to show him our worth, that we're worth, we can pull up the numbers that he's pulling off, right? I think it's a little bit unfair, but it is we're asking for a very high proposition, right? Like we're asking for God's government and to adopt our ideas, right? Which is a risk to him because it means we have part ownership. We can always claim part copyright and all that kind of stuff now. So it's a big ask, but he's willing to say, he's willing to talk, but only if we're serious, because I know the same as him. I've wasted a lot of time talking with people that weren't serious or weren't ready. And eventually it comes to fruition and it's not a waste, but we gotta be careful now because we're running out of time. So I think it's fair for Brian to sort of put up a little bit of a guard. It's particularly since our ideas are a little bit out there, right? And he just went through a crazy out there state of David Icke. So he doesn't want to come up as crazy again. Do you know what I mean? And talk about Lucifer and the devil and demons and all this kind of stuff. He's going down that rabbit hole again. So it's a big swallow for him. So I think he is trying to make things profitable at London Real and rebooting, which is totally acceptable. So we haven't proven ourselves to him. He doesn't know if you actually have the money if you're pulling his chain, or if you already wasted 3 hours of his time. Like he gave us 2 hours in the beginning, and he gave me another hour of his time. So there's 3 hours he's given to us that he could have been spending with 3 other high volume calls. Right? So if you really think about it, we're really pushing the limit here when we have not proved anything to him. We're just some random guys that responded to the ads and are claiming to be these inventors that have all these things. Like if you put up any kind of money, like 10,000 is not 50 grand, right? Like it's a miracle that we even got that, right? And Johnny's gonna do it. Johnny's still in. You could still be in, and I'm still trying to find other people. Like if we each pulled in one person, then we double our numbers. So that sounds reasonable to me, don't you think? It would be ideal if everybody just bent down and started worshiping our ideas. You guys are the master. It's never gonna happen. We got to work with this, Thomas. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. And it's only for 10 grand. We're talking not just wealthy people, Thomas, not like millionaires. We're talking about ultra wealth, hundreds of millions, dozens of millions of dollars, even billionaires. Right? And if you're in a high frequency circle, why don't you go to that one and tell them about this? Say, hey, we got this price reduced from 60 grand down to an unprecedented opportunity of 10 grand. And that'll be nothing to them. So can you do that? That'd be actually kind of amazing. Come on. The Jubilee, I've been in this position many times before. I've been in the homes of people who claim to be Jubilees and Messiahs and gifted ones and gurus. And I met a couple of Indian gurus. I've met polymaths. My entire friend network is valedictorians of all their high schools. I've met some of the wealthiest children of the wealthiest people in my area. I've already been down this road. I've been around people like you who claim these things. And when I tested them, they faltered. And when the real pressure hit, they offloaded it to somebody else who was more capable in that way. So that's usually what happens. But you have a heart. You're sort of like the glue. You sort of pull people together and you keep the narrative large. Okay, so that's sort of the function you play because you can't do, there's 4 roles to any initiative, and there's 4 stages to any initiative. Okay? And I measure people on these right away because it's the most fair and the most efficacious and has the least nepotism in it. And I've already said all of them to you. So I'm just repeating myself. And you'll just hear me repeat over and over again because I already know the answers. And I've already done this multiple times. So it's not even like I'm theorizing. I've just literally done it many times. And not since 2023 when you got started. I've been doing this since I was 13 years old. So by the time I got into university, I had already had more hours, the 10,000, 20,000 hour rule, before I even got to high school. So I'm just listening to you, and I'm hearing a lot of big claims, but I'm also hearing a bunch of judgments. So there's a CBC article. CBC is one of the most credible news stations in Canada, right? And you might disagree with that. Your politics, left, right, doesn't matter. Government run, whatever. It's just one of the most powerful. It tried to be one of the most credible. At least back in 1970, when Bobby Sands was doing his Hungerstrike in North Ireland. They did a positive coverage of his Hungerstrike when Margaret Thatcher was destroying him and saying he was a convicted criminal on a gun charge, and that he was choosing to die, and he was being a fool, and it would amount to nothing. And that's the stance that you're taking and everybody else is taking. And it's bizarre because you're supposed to be the people who are like cheering on Bobby Sands and saying, we're going to try and come and help you because there is no way to win against the government that's this draconian. Like Margaret Thatcher was an absolute draconian woman where she was trying to prove that women in politics were pushovers, pretty much. And she did a pretty damn good job. But Bobby Sands died for a cause, and a lot of people honored that, including, credible radio stations like CBC and the BBC. Whereas nowadays, everything is toxic. So you can talk all you want, but until people take risks together, they don't do anything big, right? They do all the safe stuff, and then anything risky they push off to somebody else in a cowardly act. Usually, and especially with people with disabilities. Because it's easy, and you got an excuse, right? You just say, well, I can't do that, you gotta go do that. Well, somebody has to go and do that dangerous thing. I can't do that dangerous thing. I'm the Jubilee. I'm disabled. I literally can't do it. And the authority of your disability is by the institution that you're trying to change. So you're trying to take advantage of a corrupt institution while also fighting it, which is a paradox, I know. But you're also trapped in this weird way. So I need to see more. And to say that you can't write things down, like these are extreme disabilities that I don't think you truly have. I think you get tired. I think you have that. You burn out a little faster. But you actually aren't dyslexic. You can see perfectly fine. You have a lot of your capabilities still intact, except for your hearing. And I know what it feels like to feel tired. When you're on a 65 day actually hunger strike, 66 days before I actually had physical food in my stomach, that's where what the heck was I just saying? I'm just saying that you have these capabilities that other people don't have. It's okay to get tired. Take a nap. I take a nap every afternoon if I can. The ketones keep me going though. It's incredible. But yeah, as a woman, you need to be careful about doing the hunger strikes. But if anybody did it right, you'd probably do it right. remember, there's two ways. Oh, so I didn't actually get to say the 4 stages. So you can't do the first kind very well. In fact, you can't really do any of them very well, except for strategy, maybe. So executing, you can't do that very well because you get tired easily and you get overwhelmed easily and you have to stay in flow and you're not reliable. Because the smallest thing that goes wrong will trigger you and cause a cascade of stress hormones that will destroy your ability to focus. So you are absolutely not the red energy person, even though you come up as red energy, like go, 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 you're more of a cheerleader. So you can cheer on the people that can actually hold their focus and have emotional resilience. Those are the ones that you want to be running deadlines, checklists, that kind of thing. They get stuff done. And they don't really care about feelings too much. They're like, just get it done. That's why they're red energy. The green energy is the opposite. They care about people's feelings. They're the ones that ask you, how are you feeling? Did that bother you? And they give them 11 life areas of support, right? Physical, mental, academic, spiritual or philosophical, family, friends, intimacy, politics, finances, hygiene and style, and dream goals. It's comprehensive. It's what the healthcare system doesn't do in its piecemeal, garbagey, fragmented way. Okay, so those are the first two rules. They balance each other. The relationship builder doesn't care where we're going. They care how we feel as we get there. All right. And then the third rule is the influencer, which is the yellow energy, the cheerleader, the bubbly, the communicator. They know how to translate concepts well, and they make people feel good, and they just know how to they pull people in, and they go hurrah, hurrah, and they get up morale. So that's kind of what you are in a way, and that's why you're doing your outreach through your shows, and you just like to talk. It's get to gab a little bit. So your laughter is a it's got this really raw roughness to it where it's like a little bit, I don't know how to explain it. It's a little bit unhinged, but it's also very genuine. So that kind of works for you in a way. And it's it's the unhinged thing comes when, I don't know, there's a refinement or something that happens in childhood. But there's a special balance that I think you have the most. But then I think the role is, uh, your outreach is not working very well because you come off as still a little bit crazy, right? But we all are. We're in the Overton window, so that's expected, and you're enduring it relatively well. But you can defend yourself, but it's still a negation. You're still only in the second moment. You got to get good at all three moments of universal logic or true way of making progress. The last role, the fourth role, is called the strategist, which is the blue energy, the calm-headed, the clear thinking, the steadfast, sort of making sure we're staying on the vision, on the core goal, and not getting pulled all over the place. And they take all of our ideas, they track ideas because ideas are the real value generators, the real GDP, the real GNP. And they break down our goals into short-term, intermediate-term, and long-term steps. And then we have the special task management system and discussion through the special dialoguing process of participatory democracy and upgrading charity to justice. Through that, ideas come through. And those ideas turn into bills and government things, and then you vote on them to bring them through. So this is the role that I think you'd be good at. I think you'd be good at you have a little bit of all of them, a little bit. I think your weakest ones are executor and the relationship builder, because you do come up as a little bit soft when you want to, but you're also this is taking forever. I'm getting Claude to fix this presentation because I'm noticing little details, but it has to get up this morning. You have a little bit of relationship builder in you when you're being soft, but you're very full of pain and gruffness, and it's very abrasive sort of love. And you can see it with your daughter if she exists, right? If you have a delusional disorder, you'd be like my sister. So now there's a question. The black guy throws a question out, and you're not answering the question, which is even more bizarre. So for me, I'm like, okay, I got to keep opening the door that you're actually delusional, that your daughter doesn't actually exist. So I was like, okay, I got to keep that open until you show otherwise. And it just has to stay open. I'm a rational person. you're not addressing the question. It's saying, well, I'm protecting my daughter. Yeah, it doesn't address the question. Like, find a way to show that she's real without giving away her details. Right? And there's many ways to do that. Blur out, take a video of her, blur out her face, blur out a tattoo that she might have, blur out whatever you need to blur out that gives away a unique attribute. Right? And just show, no, here's my daughter. She's waving. Hey, honey, make a peace sign with your fingers on your left hand, and she makes a peace sign. And do something that's impossible to mimic with AI or by regenerating it or whatever, right? Like, that's what most people do, and you don't have to answer it, but that means they have a right to keep the question open. Whereas I would just like answer it directly and be like, yeah, I'm not going to show you my daughter's details or whatever, my kid. And there's a lot of people that do that, but here's how you can understand that I'm not delusional. This is real. Blah, blah, blah. So I think your strongest ones are strategist and then a little bit of influencer. And then when you get into the role of Jubilee or you get some influence and people are listening to you in these special meetings, you'll try and do the executor, but you'll really just pass it off to other people. And you'll try to do relationship builder, but the real loving people, the empaths, will take over and try and translate what you're saying. So that's where I think your strengths are in the flow rules. Now, in terms of the 4 stages of any movement, you have forming, storming, norming, and performing. And most people try and skip the storming and do all this happy-go-lucky. Your strength, I think, is that you don't avoid the storming, and you sort of seem to enjoy it. But like I say, you stay stuck in the negative and don't usually get to the norming stage because you don't sublate the connection. Like in the vow of abandonment, people usually feel too abandoned to come back. And so that's sometimes the overturn window, and it's just part of the process. You can't do much about that. You just move to the next person. It's a numbers game, really. And then you find your people and you build your core. So we could bring our cores together, all my people, all your people, all each person's people, and start building this thing. But in terms of accessing the ultra wealthy, you need people like Brian Rose, because you don't even have access to them through YouTube or other things. You can have one extremely rare occurrence of running into a billionaire in whatever way, but that's very, very, very unlikely. And I'm concerned that you're being manipulated by somebody who's going to be a billionaire, but your delusional disorders, not rationalizing it properly. But that's a conjecture. I don't know. We have to get into that. Who's your billionaire? How did you meet them? What are they doing? Why are they on this food truck thing? All that kind of stuff. Those need to be answered, and answered honestly and quickly. Once you get past the forming stage, like once you do the forming, you first meet and you throw each other out there, you start fighting on, oh, I don't like that, you're a Trump supporter, I don't like this, I don't like that. You find what you don't like about that person, and then you get it all out, and then you start sublating. You're saying, well, if Trump does this or this, you start finding new creative combinations that satisfies and balances everything, and puts things in the right order, which is what the universal logic will do. Then you start norming and agreeing upon those rules, saying, okay, if you're a Trump guy or a Trump supporter, you can only support in this way. So we're not totally cutting up Trump, but you have to limit the crazy psychosis that he induces in people because he's got so much power. And if you're going to be a leftist, we don't do this toxic positivity or this political correctness that kills everything. But we do need to have political correctness, and it's going to be like this. We're going to have it about benign violation. We're going to measure based on Pareto categories and all this, blah, blah, blah. So you create the laws and the government, and then you start running the government under those laws, and then you have performance, and you calibrate for flow state to ensure nobody gets burnt out, which is why I'm receptive to your disability to a certain degree to say, okay, I don't think this is total misanthropy. I think there's a little bit of misanthropy in there because you're in such pain for so long, you're overcompensating. But I do think that having gone through hunger strikes and these types of things is really real, that things can drain your energy very fast, and they can look invisible from the external, but internally you're going through it. So we'll have some degrees of allowances for that, and that's where we're at. So we need to go in that direction. That's very simple in terms of building a team. All right, and Brian Rose can get us access not just as one random billionaire per 10 years, but literally like probably 5 or 6 a week, and that is an unprecedented opportunity for $10,000. That's like nothing for 10 people, which is a little bit unfair, but I think once he sees we have 5 people, or the numbers are building and we're fighting for every single person, I think it'll become a mini campaign that will build morale and our wealthy friends. Well, I keep getting interrupted by my alarms. I set like 10 alarms a day just to stay on track with things because I'm a good executor. I get good red energy. I know when I have my plate too full and my prefrontal cortex, my working memory is too overloaded to keep track. I know that limit. So I set buffers in place, and you can do the same thing once you know your limits, right? And you do. So, but it interrupts these recordings, these alarms. Anyway, this is where I think we need to go realistically. And my analysis of you, I think, is fair. And that's the criterion that I use. There's 8 things you can use. And it took me a long time to learn. It took 75,000 hours to distill out of the many, 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 many models I had to study to get to this one. But this one works well. It's very efficacious. And this is how we're going to build God's government. That's how I'm measuring you. And I think you should measure other people that way and start positioning them, or helping them position themselves and agreeing, yeah, they're going to flow here, there, and the other place. So that's what I'm inviting you into. And I'm just saying I'm not naive. I'm extremely adept. And it's been proven. I've taken tests about social intelligence, EQ, IQ, all these types of things. I'm just well-rounded as a leader. So I can do the executor, I can do the influencer, I can do the strategist, and I can do the relationship builder. And I can do, if I can focus on just one of them, I can do that one very well and optimize it and innovate it and a bunch of things because I'm curious about everything. I've developed a non-fragmented curiosity where I don't get triggered. And that's why when people challenge me, I don't freak out. I get passionate sometimes. I'll draw a boundary if I feel unsafe, but I always return very quickly. So that's what makes me a good leader. And I adapt when I need to adapt, and there's good reason to adapt through anti-call training and bias training. And then if there's no good reason to adapt, I have an incredible emotional resilience, which is actually the first foundational trait of real leadership. According to Joseph Campbell and his study of 500 years of history and other studies in the Marines, a bunch of stuff I've studied over years, decades of study, tens of thousands of hours, focused hours, not just peripheral hours or fun hours, actual working towards a very specific goal of creating a spiritual scientific paradigm shift for humanity to solve these existential threats that we're now calling the Megacrisis, and creating God's government, the ideally wise, genuinely wise, infinitely wise government to listen to us, regulate the problem, and take us into a new world. So I'm not unproductive. I'm not destroying my body. The doctors said, were blown away. They were saying, you're not only surviving, your stores are actually high. Like they were low, but they were high compared to like the death-defying act that I was. Like I still had vitamin B12 in my body. I wasn't even fully vitamin B12 deficient. For a vegan, that's incredible. So Han, I'm just leaving a voice message to this woman who I think might join us. Just 1 second. You're 2 minutes late, by the way. I just had one of our guys here, Sahan, who you should come and meet. I would like you to start coming into my world too a little bit and reciprocating. I'm coming onto your channel and you're asking me to support you. I'd like you to come into these private rooms and meet some of the people that might be joining us to actually get the work done. And who are people that I'll ask to listen to you, even though they might write you off as crazy at first. I'll say, no, she's got some real ideas. Until 5. Okay. But I have a lot of experience here. But yeah, 7 and 7 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time, or Mountain, Daylight Time. 7 in the morning, 7 at night. I have my Google Meet open. No appointments needed, no bookings. It's just there as an anchor meeting. That if something happens, you can always talk to me or somebody there. And it's just fast. But in terms of outreach, you want me to support your outreach, which is why you want me to go live all the time, which is content generation. And I'm willing to do that with you as long as we're making progress.
You there?
Okay. Oh, Joe, I thought it was Sahan that was here. Oh, wasn't Sahan here? Oh, oops. You and Sahan have the purple background. Oh, it's actually Joe's in here. I gotta go now because Joe is like time pressured. So, and he might be somebody you'll meet as well. So, yeah, come in here and reciprocate a bit and we can do a live and talk about this more. Okay, so Joe, thanks for coming on time. Well, relatively on time. As you're slipping a little bit. As you know, we start on time every time to respect your time. The self metaphysically is time. And if you want to see time fly, throw your clock out the window. That's my default because I wasn't prepared. I actually knew it was Monday, and I was going to prepare. But Sohan was supposed to come in here too. So, yes, I'll be the executor today, unless you want to do it, and I guess I'll also be the strategist today. And the executor just keeps things flowing. The strategist just keeps track of his own ideas. So go ahead, Joe. Oh, Joe, you're on mute. Or am I on mute? Oh no, okay. Yeah, go ahead. I shouldn't be on mute. I'm on my other computer, so it's registering my voice right now. I can see it. Oh wait, hold on. Is my tab on mute? No, I just heard you. Yeah, so my sound is working fine. Can't hear you, Joe. Okay, I can't hear you, Joe. So I'm just gonna do the roles. So the relationship builder, we're gonna do keep things loving. The influencer keeps things blessed. And the blessing goes out to all those who are trying to enjoy their beautiful mornings, trying to calm down their nervous systems as they realize the big plunge that we're about to take with Cloud Mythos, and those that are hungry and going on hunger strikes. There's a lot of people going on hunger strikes apparently, and we got to stay focused. And to those that are staying focused and not falling into the delusional traps of the ordinary. Okay, with that said, take a deep breath in for 6 seconds. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 1,000. Hold for 3, 2, 1, and breathe out everything that doesn't serve you for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's be present for this meeting's best outcome. And so it is. Whew, okay. We're going to move on to the next part of the default itinerary, which is check-ins. And the check-ins are from 0 to 10. How are you feeling this morning, and why? And the icebreaker that we'll do today is who would your ideal partner be romantically? Okay, and maybe what kind of date would you go on? Would be your first date? I don't know if you've ever done that. But go ahead, Joe. Because I'm the executor, I'll go last. You got 25 minutes. Go ahead. Joe, are you there? Like, what is going on? Little bit annoying. I actually can't.
My tab was fine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. So.
Okay, so did you do your check-in, I suppose, and did you hear the icebreaker and all that?
No, I didn't. So.
Okay, so the icebreaker is just who would your ideal romantic partner be, and what would be your first date?
I mean, I can't find it. Found her. And just somebody that's looking to consider it. I had to things that I may miss another, with other people. Um, for somebody that could find it and love who they are. Have good conversations with. I don't know. And then as far as the idea for state, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's any such thing. I don't know. I mean, I think it's something really laid back, to be quite honest. I think that the best first dates are the ones that are a little bit more organic than that. I don't know. Anyway, so my check-in is that they're going well. Um, currently in a meeting with our listeners to presentation from it's called. Anyway. Had a really, really nice meeting. Just getting to know the person that I've been seeing better in a deeper way. So it's really nice shit out like that. So it's good. And it went well. So still waiting on some things for this, for accessing. That's frustrating. How could I get that settled? Why did I don't know. Seems like every time I post, there's some bureaucratic process that gets away. Anyway, 8.5, and not complete.
Okay, thanks, Joe. For me, I'm feeling like I'm eating, right? And I didn't die. So I'm feeling probably like a 7.8. And like it's day 18 now of recovery. I can't even believe it. I'm on my third week of recovery, and it feels like I'm on my third day of recovery. This is a much different recovery than my previous hunger strikes. I still can barely walk. That's like extreme. And we just found out that I'm probably the only documented medical case that has survived a real plain water, no food or salt, over 60-day hunger strike without dying. Bobby Sands did it, and he died on day 66. And everybody else who's gone further was either taking salted water or tea or wafers. Like there's these guys that were doing hunger strikes for like 94 days and very famous. But it turns out they were all not doing plain water fast. They all were doing salt water herbal tea kind of thing. So, and even the woman I usually reference, Theresa May, Theresa May from the Atipawapi tribe or whatever it's called, in 2012, She even used indigenous teas. She actually didn't do a real hunger strike either. So I might be the only ectomorph that has ever done more than 60 days without dying of just plain water. And I recorded it too. There's 24/7 recordings showing that I actually did it. So when I saw that, I didn't think it was anything really special. Because I'm like, oh man, compared to 94 days, man, like I'm a whole month behind, right? I'm like, holy crap, I'm puking already, and it's only day 62. Meanwhile, it's like, no, you were pushing the absolute physical limits of human nature, and I was probably gonna die that week. So it was like, whoa, like literally coming to the absolute edge at 65 days. And technically, I didn't get any food in my like physical food in my stomach until day 66, or roughly. But anyway, close enough. And I'm that's why I'm so happy that I'm still here, thanks to Sahan, that genius guy. And Sahan's gonna come in here. That's how I'm feeling. Romantic. I'd love to go on a hike in the mountains, talk about deep subjects that change the world, while also talking about very practical things like how to raise the kids, where they go to school, what kind of education, uh, and what kind of visionary education to teach them to be autotelic personalities right from the start. Okay, with that said, let's go on to the core. And I think you started last time, Joe, so I'll just do it to start. So with 0. Actually, it'd be kind of nice if he came in here. Sahan came in here. I told him to come in here because it'd be nice for 3 people to do this core. But that is okay. Okay. What the heck? I thought it was. What time is it in Kenya right now? What time is it in Kenya right now? I should be burning fudge time, but whatever. It's 4:16. Oh wow! So the meetings are at 4 o'clock, not 5 o'clock. Oh wow. Okay. So Han, I just made a big discovery. I don't know why. Like, I don't think daylight savings time is over. Maybe we switched back. I don't know what has happened, but I keep saying 5 o'clock is we're in daylight savings time. It's 4 o'clock your time. So 4 p.m. and 4 a.m. is when the meetings are. No wonder you've been sort of late. I was like, oh dang it. So yeah, Joe's in here right now, and he comes in Mondays and Fridays usually. So I guess the next time we can do it is Friday. But let's correct that. I'm correcting that now. So that was my mistake. I don't know why that happened in my head. Okay, so Joe, let's do the core. So the core of One World Spirit, or core of Fair World Spirit, is time compression with clarity and ego wisdom. The problem is the Megacrisis. Solution is the 2 sacred sentences, and the implementation is flow, rolls, and flocks. The Megacrisis in 15 points is Metacrisis, Polycrisis. Metacrisis, crisis of culture, declining agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, and love. Part of the heart of the crisis is fragmented consciousness. It's preventing us from working together on the more material side, which is the polycrisis, which is AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. The true solution is universal logic to all of them, which gets us to core 2, which is about the 2 sacred sentences. The first one being the empowerment sentence or anti-cult training sentence.
Is colonialism being neglected paradigm. Core 3 is the implementation of laws, which are the executor, which keeps things fair, the relationship with other, which keeps things loving, the influencer, or strategist that keeps things tracked, and the influencer, which keeps things blessed. The plus strategist are judged from 8 people who already know to get a 30% success rate, so 6 to 9 of them, to help build their blocks to reach the core and start blessings that eventually pass to beat AI, which is coding itself.
Cloud Mythos was just coding itself 100% right now. Okay, so next part of the default itinerary is the wisdom teams. We're doing pretty good on time, 7:19. Seems to be our average. Okay, we'll go for 25 minutes on this. Any universals, particulars, individuals, topics we need to talk about? Anything off the dome? Joe.
said that the Economist had an interesting article about the types of ethics that are actually being used at certain used for certain kind of for AI models. And yeah, I mean they're mostly consequentialist and deontological. They don't really cite any studies in there. They did say something that I actually felt to be true is that, philosophers are seen as more relevant and necessary, which is actually makes sense because there's this idea of what does it really mean to make a good decision. And even just what it is to kind of think in terms of frameworks that aren't necessarily domain specific. So that was interesting, and I think that that's worth mentioning. But it really only cited a lot of different papers that are pretty widely known to be part of the ethical standards, or at least ethical approaches that companies are taking. As far as the particular goes, after going through Foundry videos, there is does seem to be a supply chain push to optimize supply chains through Foundry, and Foundry in particular seems to be dominating in that area. At least definitely in the DoD, in the military. So getting to know that a little bit better, I think is important. Especially when it comes to trying to look into some of the acquisition processes, which are in desperate need of updating. So outside of that, everything else is pretty. I mean, from what I've seen through all the news stories that had for today, but I will also say that there's also a lot of people feel like a lot of people that are even lately, just feel like some of these AI companies are not as advanced as they claim to be. I don't know. It would be, I don't know, YouTube that specializes in all of that area, so.
Well, let me jump in on that point. So it's funny.
I'll just say that clarification. The reason why is that they were financially geared and incentivized to do stuff. And the reason why is obviously their preparation for public welfare. In particular, like obviously OpenAI being one of those. Basically, their number two is just step down from health issues. So anyway, that's another subject. Anyway, I just want to point a clarification of why people said that they were more advanced, that they were claiming to be more advanced.
And why? Because they had money, or because what was that?
Well, I mean, because they're going public.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that many companies are not public right now, so that they incentivize to, which is logical. So
Okay, so let me jump in here. When you said I had specialized knowledge, what's funny is that there's a direct dialectical contrast, right? Which means we're in the dialectical stage, which is good. But for me, the word that comes to mind is common sense. Like, I don't feel like I have specialized knowledge. I just feel like I have the judgment of 1 + 1 = 2. And I know where the ones are, and I know where the plus sign is.
Can I ask how you know
Because the main programmer, oh my gosh, I sent it to you, Joe. I sent it to you. And this shows that the problem, I've identified the problem. The problem is you. The problem is that you're spread out too thin. You're not really trying to change the world. You're looking for importance or something, some kind of overcompensatory thing that probably being with your wife will probably make you into a dad bod, and then you'll probably just like settle into a normal life if we don't all die. That kind of seems like what's going to happen. And it's because my main critique of you for months now is you just don't look into things. And you're remaining superficial, right? So to make my point, to prove my point, justify a little bit further, right? Not just rhetoric. I sent you an AI claims research document multiple times, which I don't think you've read even once. And I'm going to send it to you one more time, probably the 10th time. Yeah, and you don't do anything about it.
Really, it's going to take it seriously. I mean, I would say that, you know, that none of those sources were real.
Really, none of these sources are real. Okay, let's look into it.
Those lines. But even that was just more of a warning for 100% coding. And I mean, these are like true about the things like claims like CRISPR. Like, I've done all this research in CRISPR, and then you click on it, and there, it's really not. There's nothing substantive in there that you could really share with anybody. So, I mean, it's. I think that what this is like kind of create an environment where there's a lot of panic and not to say that there's always that truth that is as it exists, but there is a existential risk here. I think it's, as I said, it's just the military and the way the military views the thing. And you know, speeding up a conference or doing anything along those lines is just self-serving. Actually, I think self-serving is pretty much the biggest problem that we have with society today, as opposed to people that are genuinely looking for answers. And I think that this is another issue that, like, kind of the note, the same thing. So.
Okay, let me jump in here because on that point, you're a hypocrite, right? Because I asked you, I agree with you 100%. A lot of people's activities are distractions and self-serving. They're not actually trying to change the world, and they're not actually looking for truth. And you fit that description perfectly. You are your worst critic. Because I asked you, what's the point in doing this conference in October? And you did not say, well, we're not trying to change the world. And I said, no, what the hell are you trying to do, man? So you've already, like, contradicted yourself, and I've noticed it. Number two is I really just think that maybe you're just getting old and you have memory problems. And I don't feel like getting mad at you anymore because I think it's out of your control. But anyway, here's the exact Instagram link that I'm sending you. And you're going to say, oh, but this is Instagram. This has no substance. I don't trust that you know how to discern substance, whether it's on any platform, anywhere. But this is a direct post about, let me finish my thought because I'll let you finish yours.
Okay.
All right? You have a critique, which I'm very well aware of. You're going around in circles and repeating yourself. I'm very well, everything you've said, there's nothing new there. What I'm pointing out that's new is that you're going around in circles and you're contradicting yourself on your own points, which was my major critique of you. But here, I actually went and found the link that tells you why Cloud Mythos is coding itself. Here's the link. This is not just a Marlena link either. This is a link to the main Claude Anthropic leader of the AI stack at Anthropic. His name is Boris Chemy. Boris Chemy uses social media to post his direct updates. So that's where we go to for the source for this guy. And he's saying, as of back in January, he said, wow, I haven't touched a single line of code. I got Claude to code itself 100% for the last 3 months. That's what generated Claude Mythos. That was the process that caused them to get 10x ahead of OpenAI. That exact post right there. And I've sent that to you, and we've literally pulled it up on screen and discussed it like literally 4 times, probably. And your brain is deleting it because all your brain sees is Instagram.
But nobody else is reacting.
That's because you're insane, Joe. If our species was sane, no, not everybody's ignorant, Joe. There are a handful of people thinking clearly. For example, if you go on the internet and you look up some of the latest posts on Google, look up Business Insider. It has an article released today by. I actually do think it's a good source. But anyway, read the letter by Eric Schmidt, Reid Hoffman, and top economists signed warning about AI's threat to jobs. So whether it's a real source or not, the people in it are credible. So here's what it says.
Yeah,
More than
this is where contradiction comes in because I brought up the same stuff in the Wall Street Journal, and I didn't necessarily say I agreed with them. I just barely reported, like telling you about them during the check-in, and you immediately then went into the mode about how everybody was crazy and therefore that and how my conference would fail. And it was kind of like showing
Joe.
The idea of any dissenting opinion.
No, quit it. Quit it, Joe. Quit that. Quit it. Stop it right now. You're making stuff up. Quit it. Stop right now. Let me correct you for the 15th time. I am not saying you can't critique me. Stop making that up and gaslighting, man. Quit it, man. Holy cow. You can critique me, Joe. You're critiquing me right now. I'm saying if you're going to... Okay, you have something to say, go ahead. I'm just pointing out that you're lying now, man. You're actually lying. But go ahead and tell your lies. Go ahead.
No, you can, be in denial about how you behave. But that's exactly what happened. And I'll send you the article. You buy it.
Joe,
the one that you just went into basically that you went into your own pal and all these people, no one knows anything. I merely brought up the fact that this wasn't necessarily just from out.
When I say everybody's going insane, or our species is insane, what people are you thinking I'm talking about? Like, list some names if you can.
I think that you think everybody's insane with you.
Okay, you're wrong.
Right? Maybe a few people that have...
All right, you're just going to dominate me, not question that? Just, like, continue on your narrative? Like, you're not engaging in real discussion right now? I just told you. No, you're wrong, Joe. So why are you continuing?
I'm just explaining is that
Why don't you ask me what my position really is then?
Well, because you continuously make it up.
Well, it's my opinion. I'm allowed to make up my opinion.
No. You make it up every single time. It's different. You'll say somebody's ignorant, the whole world's ignorant, and that's why they haven't listened to you yet. But then you'll say, oh, wait a minute, I didn't mean that other people are ignorant, that everyone else is ignorant. So then you're all over the place because what happens is when you say what you really think, and then you realize how bad it is and how authoritarian it is, that you actually then try to back out of it.
No, what I'm thinking is actually happening here is an irresponsible conflation of a hyper-nuanced position, which is where I've said explicitly, I think there are people who are not totally insane. I'm telling you, I don't think anybody on the planet understands universal logic, which is where I do think they're all insane, because I literally am the only one that understands. I'm bracketing that comment to a very specific domain of knowledge, which I can prove to be true, or at least give justifications for my position, which is that I can literally just write papers about Hegel that people say that actually is a pretty cool paper.
But that hasn't been vetted by it.
That's fine. I'm working on that, Joe, which you are not helping with. I'm working on it. Okay?
They're not vetted
now, yeah, whatever. I can hold my own in debates. If I go into other domains, like the general comments we're making now about AI, I think that Elon Musk is not insane. I think he's speaking truth. I think Eric Schmidt is actually speaking truth. I think there's a lot of people taking sane directions on that one topic. But as a species as a whole, when I'm talking about all 8 billion of us, the majority of us are delusional. The majority, which is probably something like 85% of humanity, are putting their heads in the sand and are actually doing the wrong thing. And I think that you're doing the wrong thing because you're not operating on the realistic timelines that these guys are saying. So, for example, with this Business Insider, they're saying that more than 200 top economists, executives, and researchers, including over a dozen Nobel Prize winners, have signed a letter warning about AI's potential threats to jobs. The 88-word long letter, titled "We Must Act Now," not in 3 months from now, which is when your conference is, says that AI could become radically more powerful in the coming decade and argues that policymakers... Yes, I know that, Joe. I've noted it. I hope you understand how I'm going to reply next, right? Like, I have a response already built up to that, and you already know it.
Of course you do.
Right, and you're allowed to have one as well. So we're trying to get ahead of, the slam dunk smoking gun. It's not going to happen with me or you. We're too smart. We have to actually think about each other's positions a little bit more.
Yeah,
But the point is, policymakers worldwide need to do more to build guardrails for the technology or risk large-scale job displacement. So, Joseph Stiglitz is now on this too. So this is pretty serious. These are people that are starting to operate on roughly the same timeline. I think that because these are professionals, they don't want to cause mass public disruption because they have the voice to do that. I think that they're paltering. I think that this is an article which is half true, which is that they're literally saying we need to act now, but they're contradicting themselves and saying we have 10 years. That doesn't make any sense. Why do we have to act now if we have 10 years? So that's a sign they're paltering right there. The reason why is because even if we had 10 years, which we absolutely don't, the tipping points are now. Even under a 10-year deadline, these professionals are saying to us, you need to act like not in 6 months or next year. You need to act like right this week. And that's people working on the same timeline in reality. Right? They're saying they're paltering, but they're giving a signal saying we need to radically speed up, guys. Like radically speed up. And they're not using small words. They're saying there's going to be radical job displacement. And that's just like even with Jerome Powell, right? They thought it was going to be 10 years that these disruptions would happen. Then he shortened it. And now they're going back to 10 years. Well, something's wrong there, right? There's something going on that's not fully honest. And it has to do with the fact that these people have power and they have to be careful with their words because they could cause mass panic. So that's how I would justify my interpretation. But if you read between the lines, they're actually saying the same timeline that I'm concerned about.
Yeah, so just to, again, I think that this is like kind of almost going out, and this is the same thing that we saw with like a countless other stories, is that we extract exactly, we create. I'm reading between the lines. Sometimes it looks like somebody like seeing something that no one else sees, and that's if you look at the Wall Street Journal article, like you don't look at any dissenting opinion. You go out and seek every opinion that confirms the bias that you have, and to the point where you're actually hearing things, like Hinton saying things that he's not saying, and that legitimately is insane.
Okay, so you're thinking I'm an insane cult leader, manipulating everything and not accepting any public. Joe, you can't even recall the article that proves who said Claude Mythos was coding itself 100%. Like, you have no memory, man. Like you're just making up whatever you want because you're traumatized because you were in a cult before, man. And I'm sitting here having to deal with the brunt of this over and over and over again. It's like we're on an infinite loop because you come in here twice a week and don't remember anything.
But you know, because there
Wasn't one what?
it wasn't written by anything. It was written. It was just spoken out. It's been non-validated. An Instagram post. This is what you're hanging your hat.
I literally already addressed this like 5 times. Like I don't know, Joe. You don't get it. Honestly, you don't get it.
Sometimes we don't agree. See, this is
No. It's not that we don't agree. It's just that you're participating in a facetious form of this, which is technically a waste of time.
That actually confirms what I believe, and everybody else is wrong.
On this topic, Joe, I think you're wrong. And I already addressed your critique that Claude Mythos is coding itself because this guy, Boris Chemi, announced that they've already cracked how to get Claude to code itself. So you're wrong, man. You're just wrong and you're not paying attention. And I'm allowed to dissent against you. You're allowed to dissent against me. I have justifications. You don't. So
let me give you an example. The Google engineer came out and said that there was this sentient AI. Literally. I mean, everybody was kind of reporting on it. And at least I was actually by some major news outlets. And it's just basically dismissed by anybody of any kind of standing in the industry. However, you find an incident that nobody else will even mention, and you're claiming to be gospel. I mean, so this is like kind of where it's really hard. I mean, and again, here's what breaks me out. It's like the examples of Elon's in the Epstein file. I mean, it's just not true.
oh my gosh, we literally went over this and I showed you the document. Your brain's not working right, man. There's something wrong with your brain, dude. I'm sorry. You don't have any memory. You don't have any memory. How do you talk to somebody who's just resetting every conversation? I'm tired of this, you guys. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, what am I supposed to do with a guy like this? This is like an extreme example of weirdness. Do you know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? The psychiatrist is right. He has memory problems. So there's just no way to win. Like, he's just going to keep the same narrative and creating the reality that he wants because he's being the hypocrite that is being the cult leader, generating an uncritiquable position. Like, how do you critique somebody that deletes the critique every time and just like it never lands? So there's a serious problem here, and it's like so extreme. I've never dealt with this before. It's really extreme. So I have to learn, right? I could try and like ignore it, but I'm supposed to learn some kind of lesson here that there's people like this with power in the world. So how do you sublate with somebody who has no memory?
Because really, you're not a leader. You're not. You're very good now, please, but you're not a leader. Anybody can sponsor.
Says the guy who has like no memory and is becoming the cult leader himself. He can't see it. Like why should we blame him? He can't. He literally can't see it. I think he's doing the best that he can. I don't think he has any malice. I just think that he's trying to suck me into his trauma. And I'm like, well, how do I get out of this? Because he's literally like every time he comes on, it's like literally the same thing. How do you know Claude Mythos? I've discussed this like 5 times with this guy already.
You've been doing everything.
It feels like we either avoid the topics directly, or like I just feel like I got to take him out of this. Like, Joe, I feel like we just got to get you out of this conversation because your brain is literally not holding on to it. So we either get into a positive, like where we just suck up to you as a psychopath, so your brain like resets, which I don't think is healthy either.
This is what we're seeing.
Or like I just feel like I'm wasting an hour of my morning. You know what I mean? Like I got to try something different here because this is just like he's got like he can't argue. He can't like make an actual point to remember it later. So I think I just got an idea. Okay, I think I just got the idea.
I think that the exploitation factor is actually another issue.
I think what I have to do is, and I already had this idea once before, is like I have to create like a list of all his like arguments like this, and then show me addressing them, and just show him going, oh, hey, look, this is the 5th time you've repeated this point, like literally show his brain not working properly. So Joe, I think I just need to like every Monday and Friday, pull up a list right away, and just like wait till you repeat yourself, and then say, okay, I'm just gonna put another tick down for this date that we're just like literally repeating the same points because he deletes them. I think that's the only way to get out of this loop. Is he has to see himself, like what he's actually doing. I think when he sees like 15 versions of him like doing this, I think he'll like wake up and be like, holy crap, I need to go and see a doctor. So it's bizarre. So I've been burning my time because he's being rude, not like realistic. So I'm talking to the audience and just saying I'm solution thinking right now. He's going around in circles and blaming just me. I'm blaming him and me and saying, okay, I need to do something different. Like I'm doing the actual leadership thing. He's just doing the weird attacking, blaming thing that never goes anywhere, which is technically called dialectic. So he's just pure hypocrisy. I'm a great leader dealing with people with serious problems, right? Like there's serious problems. And I'm not paltering. I'm being realistic. I got to confront him. So he's going to, of course, resist me.
I mean, here's the thing.
So that's what's happening. It looks bad that I'm talking over him, but I'm burning my time right now. I actually have more time than he does.
Yeah.
So I let him talk, make his point. He's interrupting me rudely, not letting me finish, and making all these accusations. And then is forgetting things. So I just feel, Joe, I feel like I need to take an extreme measure. So I made a note to make like a list of topics. So I have a strategy. I didn't stick with it, but it's still there. So I'm going to take the next stage and go more extreme. And I'm going to actually focus on this list and have it up when you come in here. I said, bring an AI in here, bring in a bunch of stuff in here. You're not doing it. There's no real accountability. So that's falling. So the strategy I originally proposed is being measured now and analyzed and say, okay, we need to improve the strategy. Joe doesn't want any accountability because he's a cult leader, doesn't realize it potentially. That's my prognosis. That's my like hypothesis. So I have to reformulate the plan, I'm realizing, because it's extreme. We are in an extreme dialectic, which is really bizarre, and I've never really come up against something like this before. So instead of expecting you to change your behavior, which you're clearly not going to do, you're just going to keep going around in circles because you actually aren't a sublative leader. You're a dialectical sparker, I guess. I don't know what to call them. But I'm adjusting my strategy because I'm learning. I'm saying, okay, we're descending deeper into dialectic. I think Joe just, like, when he gets into this mode and I show him how does Cloud Myth, like I'm repeating myself for the 10th time, we literally have to pull up a chart that you are going to be familiar with, and we're going to add the date that you repeat yourself, and you're going to see the dates start stacking up. And you're going to start remembering the memories of me addressing it. But right now, because there's two things missing, one is you're just not remembering the ideas, and your brain is pruning it for some reason. And then number two is you're just not physically seeing an image of the dates stacking up on the topics. And then I think we'll get to the root, and it won't just be a memory problem. It'll be like there's some reason why your brain is pruning. I think for the whole cloud thing, it's like, oh, you saw Instagram, delete. Whereas the whole point is, I actually addressed this point too. I actually pulled up a different article that wasn't Instagram of Boris Cheney making the same announcement on a different website. I remember doing that. And so you actually have a good source. And you deleted that too. So it can't just be the Instagram thing. There's some kind of underlying bias, some kind of underlying heuristic where you're just deleting things from your mind. And in a way, that makes it you uncritiquable. Like, that makes you the cult leader. Like, I am critiquing you, but if your brain just deletes it, it's like I'm not critiquing you. You know what I mean? It's like you're becoming somebody that you can never address. You can never get them to go introspectively inwards. Like you can't. There's no way to win an argument or even get to rationality. So that's my concern here, and I think what I'm going to do is double down on my previous strategy, which was pulling up these like an FAQ, like a Joe FAQ, and like ordering it in a specific way where every time you repeat it, it like gets ranked higher or something. Like my brain's got a picture. I'm like, oh, that's it. That's the solution. And I'm grabbing it and I'm saying, okay, I need to do this because Joe is not going to do it. That's me taking responsibility because I have an internal locus of control, which is like principle number 12 of the 13 principles of New World Spirit's anti-cult training. and that's what I'm going to do. So what would you like to do, Joe, to try and solve this and get to the next stage so we're not going in bad infinite circles? I'm burning your time though. You got 5 minutes. All that time, I burnt my time. Like the last 10 minutes was all my time burned. So I only got 2 minutes left, and Joe still has 5 minutes because I took the hit when he was rudely interrupting me. Because I still want to hear his thoughts, so I preserved his time. And I wasn't really just talking to him, I was talking to the audience as a record of how I deal with these types of weird things. So, Joe, are you like tuned out? Is the critique?
So, sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is you know, when it comes to this, it's, it's going to say this is that you pretty much just saw exactly the doing at work. I mean, in the sense of everything is a direct insult, and an attack on the person, and the claim of superiority. And so I don't even need to respond to a lot of the things that you're saying, because I mean, everything that you're like, oh, I satisfied this answer, which means you just answered it, doesn't mean it necessarily be a satisfactory answer. There are then multiple contradictions in the past ones that you can see clearly that when they occur, like the idea of proportionality, we could respond proportionally. The world is as bad as it's ever been. Things are horrible. And if you actually then look at statistics and things along those lines, with, I'm in agreement, things are actually in a dire state. However, I will say that, if you go by the proportionality argument that was being made, that things are actually improving, and specifically in the area that we were addressing. Now, doesn't mean it's justification for anything that is for anybody that's left behind. But then there's the idea about abandonment. So ideas, there are just like words in order to manipulate people so that you can do whatever it is you seem to be just. Some of the kind of way of, here's another example. I mean, this is a very interesting point that you made. Even in the beginning, when we first met, like, you were talking about how certain people like Elon or whatever, that they didn't want to work as much as they do. And it's kind of like, this is the arrogance that exists. I'm telling you what you want, or what you want to do. As if he couldn't make a decision for himself. And this is where the idea of, it's kind of, I need to be in control of everything. I need to tell everybody how much they can work, how often they can work, things like that. And so, look, I think anybody that would actually see that the minute I disagree with just one thing, barely disagree, and was willing to listen about it and engage about it, how the behavior changed in January. And that's exactly what you're dealing with. And look, I think if you look at the types of, I have the universal truth, that is a colonialism of sorts. And I find that to be unwise. However, I keep showing up primarily because I think that it is important to have these discussions. I do think you have actually really good ideas. And I'm choosing not to conference all of you as a person. But whereas your quote unquote battle on abandonment is clearly only contingent upon someone doing exactly what you want. And so, I mean, personally, I don't look at the world the way you do, Mark. I mean, it's meaning that I actually have been away. Each day is a little bit different, and hopefully, you will come with something substantive, have really, honest discussion about your paper, or what the universal logic actually will do, specifically going through the paper, maybe inviting naval scholars in that you've been quote unquote working on. It would be delusional to think that you had the solution to everything and that no one listens to it. So, I mean, anyway, it's time for right there. Actually, no, it's 5 o'clock. So, I don't know. You can say whatever you want for the next 5 minutes. I mean, it's if you want to address any of the things that I maybe mentioned, and I know that you say you do address them all the time, go right ahead. But I would rather you actually talk about how maybe universal logic is actually going to be beneficial, maybe how you're going to actually engage with people. On a particular level, instead of just saying, oh, I messaged a person on LinkedIn and now they've responded to me, then nothing ever comes of it. Or maybe how you're going to vet your paper with real hypo scholars. That would really be helpful. I think that would be a productive use of our time. But I think if this constant wanting to prove me wrong or say how I see the world incorrectly and you see it correctly, I don't know. If you want to spend your last 5 minutes doing that, that's fine. But go ahead. I mean, I'm hopeful that I hear something substantive at some point.
Okay, so there's only 3 minutes left. So I gave you 2 minutes of budget time. For some reason, we lost 2 minutes with these old timers. That's okay. We've been spending like 99% of our time on the new timers anyway. These ones are going to be obsolete soon. So yeah, you just keep repeating the same points. So what I'm showing you, I want to do 3 things here in the next 3 minutes. Is looking on the screen, Joe. Do you see what's on the screen? Right? This is a Google AI confirming 100% that Boris made waves across the whole internet in a very knowledgeable way, which is not controversial in any way, shape, or form. And you're treating it like it's controversial. And me correcting you means you can never dissent against me. The reality is that I think we've done this before, and you have a memory problem. Your brain is creating the reality that it wants. And it's frustrating for people around you because it's like a drone that just keeps going. So I've made this point too. I've made this exact point as well. So unless I do something new, we're just going to keep in the bad infinite. So what I'm going to do that is new is I'm going to upgrade the document that I was using as an FAQ for you to show you yourself, to show you this pretty big a thing that I think is a blind spot. And I'm going to use a Google spreadsheet and not just a notepad, which is what I was using before, because we have to actually organize the dates so that you'll understand how you're affecting people and how it seems like you're doing the right thing, right? Because I don't sense any malice. I don't sense that you're trying to harm me or trying to destroy my reputation, or I don't sense even taking the ideas that I have. I don't think you're trying to take them to kill me. I think you're trying to gain respect in your circle and doing whatever is comfortable within your range, right? And you're not realizing there's consequences to that. And I think those blind spots are really what's happening and are frustrating me, but are showing me that the majority of the world are like you in a certain way, Joel, where you're kind of backwards, but you have a lot of potential. But it's like you know enough to be dangerous, but not enough to be clear. And that's really hard to tease out because you're so close to the truth. Like it's everything you say sounds good. But how can it be so wrong if it's so close? It's kind of like Prophet Muhammad saying that Allah is the closest thing to you. It's like your jugular vein, but nobody can see it. So in this minute here, I'm going to create a spreadsheet in your folder in the new God's Government thing, which Sahan and I have been working on. And I'll be showing you that spreadsheet on Friday if you want to come by. And maybe we will get to the ideas and not keep repeating ourselves, because you'll just look at the sheet and be like, oh, you're right, we did talk about all these things. And then we can just like set that to the
I
side.
appreciate this one. Subject. And so, you know, that at some point we're going to get to, you know, the person behind the curtain and have to maybe bypass the boundaries. And I know that probably that's a little bit hurtful, but it is something that is necessary in order to get something done. Because I don't think anybody's going to really. I don't think you're ever going to try and engage in taking scholar with your paper or with your knowledge.
I'm literally asking you to help me.
So,
I'm literally inviting you into the process and helping me do that. Can you help me?
take care.
Yeah, help me up. Help me with that. Find somebody.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Just start single stars.
Yeah, if you can do that, I would really appreciate it. I've already started.
I think it's good for me to say, hey, we need to date my friend.
Yeah, that's gonna be perfect. I'm 100% down for that.
I mean, you know, so because I think actually, you know, I don't know, but I think if you put it in AI, it's a damning assessment. But,
Well, I've already addressed it and nobody cares. But let's get the humans going,
yeah, well,
and I'm game for that.
Yeah. You're gonna see an element of sophistry and an element of just general compression.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe
So
you'll show me a blind spot. But yeah, let's do it. Oh, he didn't even say goodbye for some reason. Okay, so obviously you guys can see hopefully what's happening is he's saying he can't critique me, I'm closed-minded, I don't want to know the truth, and there's somebody behind the curtain puppeting me, which is completely bizarre. Like that's where it's like going to the next level. It's like, like imagine that. Like imagine being in his head right now. He thinks that the NSA or somebody is paying me or rewarding me to be in this room for an hour or two per week on a Monday and a Friday to manipulate him and screw up his mind, just like his psychiatrist. He does this to almost everybody in his life that challenges him. As soon as you challenge him, he turns into this weird, paranoid person. And that's probably what the psychiatrists are pathologizing. But there's a better mental health model that if I do this right, it can actually heal the schism that's creating the paranoia. And it has something to do with his memory is not powerful enough to handle his working memory, like his analytic ability. He can drill into a topic in the moment, but then if you let it sit, he'll forget things, and then all these heuristic biases from all the traumas come in and fill in all the holes, and then he just creates a narrative, like we all do, but his is filling it with a negative schism because of some memory complex somewhere. And I don't think it's just the cult that he was in. I think it might even be before that. We'll see though. But I just wrote down a couple of things into this spreadsheet. So the spreadsheet now exists, and it exists in the right folder in the new updated version of God's Government, like the latest version. So there's actually 5 things that I did to internalize my locus of control to solve the problem with my internal power, instead of blaming him, right? He's just a mirror to show a limit, right? He's the mirror of my limitation. But he's also a being that needs respect and dignity. And my frustration, because I'm irritable, right? Like I'm recovering from 65 days, I'm medically predisposed to crankiness. And I'm reining it in. Like, you know, when he started like getting back into this lying thing, it's getting to a fever pitch sort of like if I even let him continue saying that without having the spreadsheet up, it's like creating it now. It's like he's crossing over. So I need to counteract that in a positive way, which is the spreadsheet. So when he goes on that, I'll allow him to keep saying his piece, but now the rest of the room can see that he's just repeating himself, like he's doing, it's his blind spot, and then it kind of counterbalances it. And then I'll speak up and say, look at row 1, 2, 4, 6, June 8th, 9th, 10th, or whatever, and just like in 10 seconds, just say, here's the real problem, objectively tracked. And because Google Docs tracks over time, you can see that I didn't just manipulate all the numbers. It's like over months of just like actually a pattern forming that he was present for. So, and we have recordings for. So, okay, I did something new. So hopefully on Friday, I'm going to set an alarm right now so I remember to bring it up, because part of my problem is that I'm forgetting to pull up my own strategy, which was previously not robust enough anyway. But just to really tighten this up, and Sahan didn't come in because the time zone was off for some reason, which has also been corrected. And the some reason is that my brain is still operating in non-daylight savings time for his country only. All the other countries are correct, but well, I'll check into it. But let's make an alarm for Friday. Fridays and Mondays, we'll have an alarm just for those 2 days. Friday, Monday. And I'm going to set this alarm for the morning about 20 minutes ahead of the meeting, which is usually when I'm awake. I'm going to start getting ready for Joe to come in. So let's do 6:45 maybe. Okay. We'll do 6:40. So prepare for Joe. Pull up spread sheet. Okay. Done. All right. That's a little bit of progress in that direction. Now we're going to get back into sending out this, we'll call this, getting back into like the AHS complaint thing and flood mythos, and then continuing to design the super meetings, the ELMs. We're going to call this what is this? July 13th. This is created because he's going to get confused about when we created this too. So everything's got to be dated. Because with paranoia, the brain starts to become hyper vigilant, and every detail becomes questionable. Just like in psychosis or a psychedelic trip, it starts turning into a lost reality. And a pre-psychotic terror. And catatonia. Okay. We're going to call this Joe Dynamic FAQ to stop his bad infinite ways. Okay. And that'll get into the Christian narrative. Once he gets it, he'll realize we're just bringing him into the genuine infinite. Because he's not doing anything. He's not doing anything to fix the problem, right? And he's not introspecting and taking responsibility. He's a part of the dynamic. He's blaming me. He's pointing the finger. He's not changing anything. And he's just repeating himself over and over again. And that's the sign of a bad leader. That's the sign of somebody who's still immature, that doesn't know how to go inwards to the genuine infinite and say, what can I do here? Am I a part of this? What's the limit I'm seeing? And then take internal looks of control to say, okay, I'm going to start solving this. And then you do get somewhere. You're not giving your power to somebody else, externalizing it, because then it takes forever. they're stuck in a loop. So let's give this a shot. I'm kind of excited about it. So I have a couple of FAQ lists I want to paste into there. Yeah, I actually have like 4 of these lists made. I have like 4 of these lists, so I could just paste them all in here and then get AI to conglomerate them into an actual list. So let's do a raw. We're gonna call this the raw input, so he knows that I didn't just make up these lists. These actually exist on my computer. Like I have to start getting hypervigilant to get empathetic about his hypervigilance. So I actually have to get into his shoes and walk a 100 miles in his shoes to get an understanding of what his life is like. And that's another thing that people can't do because they can't get out of their own bubble, right? They can't get out of their own bias. And I can get out of my bias. Even if I'm cranky, I can do it because I have resolve in my inner world that even when I don't feel emotionally like doing it, I still do it because of the commitment to truth and knowing the pattern of frustration and dialectic so well that I can get my universal side out of my particular side and doing the right thing. Okay, so I'm just gonna paste these lists in, and then I'll probably do the Cloud Mythos on the Friday, like the 20 minutes before the meeting, because I got it. I have like 47 minutes, 48 minutes to get this important email out before these people go to work at the government office buildings, and then they say, "Oh, you didn't send it to us. I got to send it out now," so that they're not taking steps. Oh, I got this meeting. Oh shit, we got less time than I thought. I have actually only half an hour. I don't know if I really want to do this meeting either, but okay. I am hungry, and now I got this meeting. Maybe she'll cancel it. I'm not even really fully excited about it, interestingly. Just like we have the answer. Like I just want to work on our stuff now. And if they want to come in, we'll give them a little bit of time. But yeah, I just feel like it's the same old. There's no freshness. There's no universal. It's the same old stale process. Yeah. Ouch. Cool, they're trying to send me the good guys, the good stuff. Okay, so we're gonna open that. I'm so hungry. It's a bathroom break. But let's send this out. It's actually starting to annoy me a lot. So Claude crashed again. Alright, this looks good. Let's get it. Let's do it. 54. Awesome. That is sent out. And It's really annoying. It didn't send me an actual link. Or did it? 8:45. Oh boy. After you urinate, send this out and get the link. All in the next couple minutes. Let's do this. Drafts. Here. Great! It's done! Okay. We're adding some police phone numbers in last minute. Access and disclosure. Good, good, good. And we're going to do this one as well. And 5 minutes. Okay, we got 2 minutes. I'm going to send this to the Edmonton Police Commission too. I don't really think it's going to matter much, but they never really take you seriously anyway. So I don't really. Awesome, you did a really good job actually. Oh. Compliance. I don't really know much. Oh, we got 1 minute left. I don't even have the email. Oh, I didn't sign it. Dang it! I can't send it out yet. No! Okay, we gotta get on this call, I guess. Alright. Darn it. Shoot. I just remembered. I gotta put my driver's license and my other thing on there. Oh well. Alright. Board Z, binary calendar, where do I? Monday the 13th, okay. Where's my calendar link? Oh, you're gonna call me. It's charging slowly but surely. Very, very slowly. Okay, well, let's keep working on the document then. Ah, 2 minutes late, 2 minutes late. Okay, no call. Fine. Oh no. My driver's license is expired except for the new one, I think. Well, that's kind of rude that they didn't. Aw. Let me get this going. Okay, well, I got some mail, and during my hunger strike that my friends got me. But I don't remember seeing a message from the government with my driver's license in there. A simple process is going to take forever. I got a headache. A little throbbing little headache, actually. Okay. A little bit concerned. There's right. I don't know. I don't know. I'm getting the impression this is going to take me a while, so let's get something cooking here. We just something small. Okay. Oh. Oops. These are so shaky. Very shaky. Alright. Okay, one more small bowl of this. This has been all out of milk, so one more day. Oh. I didn't reset the stream. Oh well, I don't know what happened. Okay. Let me reset the stream quickly. Welcome, welcome. I'm recovering. We're looking at a man that might be one of the only medical anomalies to have survived a plain water hunger strike for more than 60 days. 65. What am I trying to save you from? In the end, ignorance of the human species. Oh. But more concretely, we're looking at something called the Megacrisis. There's a cultural piece that's declining, and there's a polycrisis material piece that is compounding that, and they're going off of each other and spiraling out of control. Culture, this meta crisis, is about declining agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, and love. And at the heart of the heart, the root, we want to hit the root. The root of that is fragmented consciousness. It's preventing us from working together. Whatever we touch becomes fragmented. Our work, our relationships, our families, our civil societies, and our states, and our international state politics. I'm so hungry right now. I forgot to reset the stream. Oh. It's having a little bit of cereal with some oat milk because I'm vegan, and it is now divine decree to go vegan as soon as you can. A new study shows that more carbon is put into the atmosphere from soil erosion from animal agriculture than fossil fuels, which I didn't believe at first.